And we go live. So last stream was Saturday, 2 days ago. We were working on this component. This equation that we are going to use in a component. The threshold component that we have here is in its horizontal state. So we worked this out through test interface. So that's fine. So the equation is solid. We were working out this stuff, which is adding green material and brown material, so that the change here is going to affect. But today I want to work on something new, graph nodes. Let's create basic scene here, just so we can look at graph nodes. So it's basically a container with potentially several input and output slots. So this lets you connect this graph node that you are creating with other graph nodes. The best part is that these slots can have different incompatible types. Now, here's a bit of context why I'm going to investigate this. That is because, do I have VS Code open here? So we have this data JSON file. It's like to not save this, revert it. It's okay, I'll close it and reopen it again. This, so we have a data JSON file here. We have varieties of tomato, and for each variety we will have different growth phases. We'll start with a seedling. It will be in a flowering state, then sort of unripe fruit state, then ripe, and then sort of eventually die. But let's go to visual representation of those phases. Tomato plant. This is still an older checkout. This model has been fixed, but it will still convey the right for us. So here's tomato. Now, this has green parts and ripe fruit parts. That's okay. Here is dead state. But we don't always need to. We don't need to be in the fully grown phase to switch to dead phase. So in other words, if we are in flowering phase, if this plant dies, this should also have dead colors in this shorter phase. Like say it's a shorter height, and we should display the dead phase or disease phase. It would look awkward to jump from this size to this size just so we can show the dead. So what I mean by that technically is that if the color for dead leaves and dead fruit parts and dead stems, if they have a color structure, and that maybe the colors are supposed to look different in different stages, so that when this stage goes to dead mode, maybe there's going to be a different color scheme, or between different diseases, maybe the color of the leaf is going to change. Say, when the plant is thirsty, it's going to look yellow. When there's a certain disease, maybe it will turn into brown, or it will be spotty, that kind of thing. So eventually, in the data JSON file, we need to assign properties to different phases of each variety for each kind of vegetable, in this case tomato. So this data structure is going to be quite complicated. This is right now a direct export from a Google Sheet file where everything is basically one level, meaning you have a column name, and you have just a string value. And under the same column name, you have another row where you have the second name. So when you have that many names, so you have three like varieties here. Those three varieties are basically forming an array. And everything here is just one to one. We have an exception here, and we handle this with some string manipulation. But essentially, this is still one level. So these are the column names, Excel file or Google Sheet. But now, for each one of these varieties, we will most likely have phases. And assuming each phase might have its own color set for different conditions, this will actually have a seedling phase, right? The seedling phase can have its own colors for colors have thirsty colors, right? Something like this. So the data structure is kind of customized based on what what top level item we are editing. This is a vegetable kind of data item. We have equipment. So let's say pots, birdhouses. These could have different properties assigned to them. So in essence, creating a nested data structure in an Excel file proved to be difficult. I cannot even visualize it. Like we need to either hard code a certain zone that we know we have to export and bind to certain structures, but then you are kind of writing custom code for that anyway. And why do that in Excel file? Whether we do it with VB script or we are reading the file with Node.js and we are executing some logic over it. I just want to try this with Godot, and maybe we'll take advantage of graph nodes so that each graph node is essentially one of these structures that we will be binding properties to graph node. Maybe, hopefully, we'll have a some visual representation of this before I actually make this up here. Find docs. See if we can actually get some help here. I'm hoping to see some kind of visual feedback here. Nope, there is not. This is just the script explanation, the API, in other words, not the tutorial itself. Do you have anything here? I guess we'll just go hardcore and then just cells. So, and I think the best place to put that is a new tab here under our Constantine effort. We finished color palatable last week. So this is, in essence, only a small part of this big graph effort that I'm trying. This is a bunch of color properties grouped under certain names. These group names will be assigned to relevant sections here. So we are already doing some of the basic work now. We have to go at a higher level to see the higher level structures. Okay, what I need to open right now, where we start, this interface is this interface. So essentially this Constantine will be its own scene. So we could actually make it look like this. So it's just its own scene. Did color palatable. This is actually scene we can go out. It's working out its own script. Fine. So let's add a new tab. Node grouper is That's for a different project, but I'll just label it different thing, which is called graphite. Save it. Let's refresh our plugin. Feel happy. This is here. Let's switch the Alt tab to 1 here, so that it's always going to be fresh. Now I want to put the graph work here. Let's create the most basic graph. Just 2 nodes maybe. There's also this edit, graph edit. So this is an array capable of showing various graph nodes. So you put the graph nodes under graph edit. So we need this. And adjust its margin and such. Okay, that's fine. Let's assume it is that. Let's add 2 graph nodes. Then we'll be here. Save it, refresh the plugin. For some reason, I don't know why, even though I set the current tab to 1, it doesn't open it. Quite know why that's happening. So because I'll be updating this component foreseeable future, I'll just set this to 0 again. I'll just move this fresh. So it will be open here. So we have a scrollable area here. Okay. I know that they were. Where are they exactly? So they are sort of. Okay, there you go. So this is the one. Oh, I guess their position has reset. This is the first time I'm working with them. Okay, so we can move them. I guess they snap back to their zeros. This is why we are doing it, so we can learn. Because this is how I want to build connections between. Today will be a discovery day. How graph nodes work and how we can utilize them. Create meaningful data structures. So in an alternate universe, let's say, it would be nice to represent this data flow with graph nodes. Of course, we have hundreds of items here. See all the varieties, all the models under structure tool for equipment, and the planting. This has actually 40 types of plants and multiple varieties. So we have hundreds of items. So it would be quite difficult to see all those nodes, but maybe we can pick that we hide certain graph nodes. Let me figure out this 0, 0 space first. Look at graph edit. Write disconnects. If true, enables disconnection of existing connections in the graph. We might need that. Control offset is this. I don't set to minus. Let's do 0. Oh, I think I know why. Because this has its own UI. Sets it here. Okay. Snap distance is 20. That is essentially this. Followed here 20. Use snap is okay. Zoom is here. Zoom is 1. I guess when you increase this, yeah. And then there's the mini map here. That might be useful. Let's disable now. Size is there. The opacity. Okay, good. So let's make this layout occupy as much space as possible. This might be the only case where I need a. So we might have to write about this graph edit. Might have to put some buttons, one of which might be this. Puts us in, what was the name? Distraction free mode. So that this area could occupy a larger portion of the screen. And I also predict we are going to need more buttons to do some fancy stuff. But here's how we can add more items. What does this do? Zoom in. So even though we are zooming in, what is this one? That's not really displaying how zoom are. This is enabling on and off. Let me show grid. This is will you be read snap distance. Just a spin box. What is this? Enable grid minimap. Okay, so this is just a bunch of things that come. We may not need this in the future. See, so clearly we need more buttons to add graph nodes. We will need something here. Under here, let's stick a V-box for sure. We'll stick this in here. So this V-box is going to occupy this. This is this way. I don't think we need it. The graph edit is gone because size flag. Okay, expand. That's it. We don't really need this anymore. Okay, let's stick just a button here. Let's move that up. Okay. Here's a big ass button. White button. So that's that. Refresh. Here's our white button and here's the area. The fact that this is I think I refresh again. Scrolls. I did something here that is putting all the nodes. So holding this space and mouse drag is letting me travel inside this area. That's good. What did I do to reset this? This was something like, it's as if this was minus 40 something. save. Ah, when I'm in edit mode here, when I do Control S save, it doesn't save. I think I did that last time when I was editing the fields. So refreshing it didn't do anything. I should make sure that I am saving it. Let's now open it. No idea why. Okay. This is when you kind of reset things, right? Here's a new graph edit. Do graph nodes. UR00. It may not matter that much. So scrolling up and down is letting us scroll in this area. If I do control scroll up and down, it's not zooming in and out. Control minus plus is also not effective. Are these the only, are these buttons the only way to zoom in and out? Um, sure, okay, let's keep it. So the final goal is to create this big file. I mean, this might even get to a point that it is going to do this guy's job too. If we assume that one graph node is essentially, go to tomato. The graph node is essentially one of these. The comma here, it's not content. So question number one. Just I'm imagining if someone asked this question. So how do we populate all this? We populate all this because this is essentially what is so that plugin reads data JSON, knows that there is essentially equipment and planting, and then under equipment there are two major structures, structure and tools. Okay, and then under structure you have different structures, pot, birdhouse, cold frame, whatever. And then each one of these structures could have varieties. If this was planting, vegetable, tomato, then you would be listing tomato. So this whole list is populating this. So we could bind different properties to items we see. So that the text, this is data, but this is not information. So that this text could have a meaningful, could have some meaning in the game. So that game objects can be assigned and turned on and off. Quantities can be assigned. That part is done here. Now, this graph editor might replace this logic. So we could be assigning different color sets, different property groups. So this may not just be one big graph editor. It could have multiple graph editors. Maybe something like, maybe we need a way of defining, let's go back here. Maybe we need a way to define different categories, different groups, and then which one of those groups belong to which category, that kind of thing. This is all done automatically for us. Now that we are introducing graph nodes, yeah, there might have to be some manual way of binding things. But essentially, this is what we can do. You need to create, back up a bit. When I say variety here, I'm actually essentially talking about the final game asset. So this is the asset ID. This matches a file name in the file system. But whether you call it variety or game asset, when we want to define this specific, yeah, like super Italian based, okay? This is part of our tutorial effort. We will have to know, okay, this is the name is super Italian paste, but what is it? It's a tomato. Oh, tomato belongs to vegetable group. Vegetables are part of planting category. So maybe by virtue of making this connection, all the rest could be deduced. We don't have to manually bind it. Here we are not really binding it, but we are already doing some of the work anyway. Like for this to be displayed here, someone must have written it in this file. But we want to eliminate effort of writing this file. So kind of engineering in my mind, so that workflow wise, we will be determining, or we will be defining the properties of this game asset or variety, that this stuff should be available to us, so that this variety doesn't just hang there by itself. It should belong to something. And while we are defining this, we could populate its properties. And this structure might be defined in a slightly different graph node. Perhaps we could be reading properties from here, and this properties could be exposed to this interface through other graph nodes. There's a lot of work. I think the most basic one is I either use graph nodes to do the following work. Say some kind of um, what if the goal was define me a property. The name of the property is category. It is a property that has two values. It's an array of these. Do we really need something as fancy as a graph editor for that, or could this be done in a similar way we are? Here's a property name, this category, some kind of text area here instead of colors that we find the array items. In this case, equipment and planting. However, the next step is planting is going to be its own property name. So it could be bound three. So wouldn't it be nice to have why are you guys misbehaving yourself like this? Let's save this. Fish. Wouldn't it be nice to assume that this is property and we have two property values? I'll think about this and take some tea and come back. Just let the screen show you maybe some detail, maybe some touch and angle, and then let me Continue. So how can I connect these two nodes? Sizable. Let's do show close. Title. Let's do titled. Fresh. Open again. There's entitled. There's close. Maybe we'll remove the close option. That's fine. So how do we connect this one to the other one? Just curiosity's sake. Raise. Okay. Not resizable because I haven't made so. Selected on and off is a command node. Let's make this node command node. The fact that I cannot really see, the command node. Let's save it again. So how do you connect these two? Let's make this a normal node. Comment it. Overlay shown above the graph node. See overlay. Disabled. Breakpoint. Or position. So eventually, this graph node will be connected. Connect nodes. I see. So the connection is happening at a higher level like this. So connection from empty. Connection request from string from slot to slot. Committed to the graph edit when the connection between the from slot of the from graph node. Okay, because we could have multiple slots in each graph node. When you say from this graph node Here's the from slot to the to graph node to its to slots. Okay. So we need to be, so I suppose these names are the from and to string parts there. Connection request. Here's a method. So I'm looking at the signals, but essentially here's the method to do what I'm saying before we trigger the signal. Yeah. So let's add to this node. Let's call this category. Let's add a line node. I mean line edit. So placeholder called category. Oh, see, how did I miss this? All these slots. So the slot is right enabled or left enabled. Again, what happened to you? The fact that this is 0. Oh, I think this just popped because I did this, right? Yes. Why are you doing this? Let's undo. It's happening because this is I see. Let's do anchor only for rect. Okay. Now let's do this. Let's left enable you. I don't really know why it's resetting it here. So changing anything here is resetting its position. I don't know why it's happening. It's actually putting it here too. It's really disturbing. Okay, don't move anywhere. Just be. Is this a bug? So graph node resets position. Godot, let's say. Yeah, doesn't stay where I put exactly. So I get that containers actually define their children position. So so it's as if it's fixed. Has it been merged though? Still open. I don't think this has been merged. Yeah, there's a pull request. It's not in there yet. So here's a GIF. They move it here and they change something which actually resets it. Yeah. So when only one is changing, the other one is sort of assuming it's zero. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, this is a very recent issue. Okay. So we can rely on it to prevent rec position from being edited. Okay. So this is a very recent issue. Cool. Which should affect the other one. Yes. So we don't know when it's going to be out there though. Also, I think they are doing it for milestone 4. Yeah. So this may not be for 3.3 that I'm using. Maybe they will do a backward compatibility case too. Who knows? So we're on our own, kind of. So in essence, what they are saying is that when we update this, this value should be here too. It's not. So that every time we save or make some changes here, these values are overwriting these values here, I think. So let's make a small change. Let's disable this write uh, slot, and then this will be reset. Yeah. However, make this 400 by 200. Okay. You make this is basically this. If you do that, nothing is gonna happen. That's unfortunate. However, the more I look at this project, the more it sounds like I'm writing a database interface. So there has been some discussion about using SQLite. SQLite. Because we may actually we may choose a different data model than JSON. So now that we have, let's see, let's do connections at least, right? So let's enable this. Let's make you 100. This you stay in one place. Your right slot will have, your slot will be right enabled. You'll be left enabled. Okay, save, refresh. Here's some stuff happening. So this has to be connected to this. Left tag, left color. Type is 0. So this is kind of okay. I don't think we need this that much. Why don't I make this list as part of a node? Kind of seeing a pattern here. Let's see. We need another graph node. Okay. This is going to be called properties. A very basic name, right? But it is what it is. Let's put you in 100, 100. Okay. And we're going to put a bunch of checkboxes. Text will be animal. However, it's not really checkboxes, it's just a bunch of text actually. This has to be a label. Okay. You could just call them property 1 and 2 at this point. I don't. And we have 7, right? This one should say plant structure. One is if it has rotate property or not. A rotate is essentially rotatable. If something is an activator, that house is usually an activator. Now this will have multiple slots. They are going to be all write enabled. Okay. Can we do something like this so that they look a little bit more appealing? Aha. So when you do this, it's going to reset it, of course. Now it's going to even say, here's an extra one for the VBox container. So maybe this will actually behave itself line height wise. There's even a separation for that. So we'll just give 2 separation here. I think 4 is the default for the VBox anyway, so it's 4. Let's save this bad boy. Here's our properties. We did not give this a name. Give it a proper name to it. Okay. It's getting somewhere. So we'll be connecting these to our asset. Let's do receptacle and interactive too. Interactive was a bit of controversy, right, with the collisions. We'll leave the collisions part out. We'll keep the number of spots in receptacle. Okay. Let's do receptacle. But this can't be just a label. This is going to be a different structure. Most likely a spin box like this. And we'll call this maybe growing spots. Okay. So either way, this has to be an H box. Okay, that is actually the property. This is going to be growing spots. There is going to be a label. And the label will be growing spots. This is going to be property 8. And number 8 here is also going to be write enabled. And this is going to be a spin box. Now you truly look atrocious. Um, Make you 48 at least. Not gonna change much. There's probably minimum size internal. I think it's okay. If you get more used to this, maybe I'll just cut the growing part out, so it'll be just some number spots. See, so this is still a proof of concept. Okay. So we've done this part-ish. We did not include the interactive part or not. That might be number 9. Okay. Let's do it this way. Whether something is interactive or not. And that has to be right enabled as well. That's done. Let's try something else. So similar to the way we are going to bind uh, Bind properties to an object. Let's pretend this is that asset we are creating, right? New asset. And here's the asset name. Something like this. This is going to be a required field. I will check that later. This is not going to be left enabled or right enabled. Let's disable this. So we need to bind properties here. That could just be text. We'll call this properties left enabled. That was interesting. As soon as I edit this label, for some reason it enabled both of these. Anyway, let's save, refresh. So this is what I'm trying to do. Here's a new asset. Here's our properties. I want to be able to do this, to bind multiple. But I'm not even able to do one yet. Let's look at properties. Here's a node. This is just limited when any graph node slot is updated. Is this firing when you change some properties here? Because this is not telling you what it's connected to, only its own sort of basic properties. I think what we need here is something like this: connection request from to something else. So let's create a script here in scripts, polygraphite. And here it's tabs. Sure. And we want to do something like connection request from to from this to 2, right? Let's first write this from slot to slot. I want to see this first. Fresh, open. So nothing has fired yet. So when we do from properties from slot, we should see 1 to 0. Nothing. Nothing. On graph edit connection request. Yeah, this is, yeah, from output port into empty space. That behavior is this. Maybe because you want to create another graph node so that a new connection can be made. Connection from empty input ports, so similarly from here to here. And this is actually what I'm trying to do right now. Neither of which is outputting this. Emitted when a graph node is selected. We just should say I am the selected one, whichever node is selected. So selected. Nothing. It's so like nothing here is firing. Is this button even working? Here's a button. We just refresh this. Refresh it again. Click the button. Ooh, I know why this is not working at all. Because this is not a tool. And I was such a fool. Forgot that. Here's a white button, which is going to say it's Labor Day. Should I even work? Here's clicking on the selected one, graph node, some graph nodes. Select this one, drag it. Doesn't matter. Dragging is not really followed. Here's the selected one. So when we multiple click this, each one is tracked as a select. Now we do this. Okay, so I'm expecting to see properties 1, new asset 0. Properties 1, category 0, because yeah, the label here is category, not what I see visually. This is just the title. Yeah, we want to track them as IDs here, then visual titles. So that is good news. So what we can also do is this. We are able to get this. So the from is the node. Well, not quite so. It's just a string itself, but properties is so inside graph edit. What the? Inside graph edit, we are going to get a node of type properties, but that is actually going to be from. Okay. We want to connect this to, which is this one, connect node string from this. But you gotta run this over graph edit. Oh, okay. I think we can do this anyway. Like this, connect node. Okay, I'm missing something here. Connect node from, which is this, from port, is from slots, right? It's the same signature slot. So not only do you output in the console, you also physically connected structures connected to this done. This is going to be connected to this done. Beautiful. Now, in the end, we are going to check how many properties are coming into the slot here. Okay. So this is sort of like a visual data. I want to say database. Database is the system with which you hold the data, but this is data entry system. Grab some water. I think we'll take this to the next step. Okay. Rewind this song. I love this. Okay. I cannot let you hear the music because of copyrights and whatever. Sorry about that. One day, when the powers that be smart enough, maybe you'll listen to what I'm listening. So, big question here is still this part, right? When I connect this, which is all good, at some point I'm gonna have to hit a button somewhere here, white button. That will have to read which properties are entering this left node, left slot, right? So let's pretend we are at that point. So as soon as I connect one, I want to get a full list of what is already being, what's being connected. So what is this? This is essentially that I called category. This is actually new asset. Okay, this will most likely be its own component later. And this is essentially properties too. Okay, and this is going to be its name. So smarten up. So inside graph edit, let's do an already var here. Call it graph edit something. If you are graph edit, graph edit. Just the graph edit? Why are you sure? Sometimes that lookup is weird. It's also graph edit, not grabbed. So now become graph edit. Okay. So inside graph edit, we are accessing this stuff. So we could do something like get node, new asset. And we will actually know this anyway. So this should actually have some methods that will tell us what is coming into a certain slot. Get slot type left. This slot enabled left. Get slot color left. Get slot type. This slot type thing is the fact that it's one. Let's look at here. Left type. What are the types? Let's go and read about graph nodes. A type to each slot. Only slots of the same type will be able to connect to each other. Ooh. See, the fact that it's all zero for me, these can connect. I see. Assign colors to slot. The tuple of input and output slots is defined for each GUI element, including the graph nodes. I think this is what we are talking about. Tuple of input output slots. Each GUI, okay. Input connections are on the left. Only enable slots are counted. Here's we are still in graph node. We need to find methods to get connection input position. So we get like this is giving us vector though. Vector 2 returns the position of the input connection. So It's giving us this vector. I don't care about that. We need the slot thingy, right? Something about input too, though. The type, count. Set slots. Okay, this is okay. I think what I'm trying to do is done at a higher level. Something like go in graph edit, get the help. So this has a method, I bet, that's going to say uh, get connection list. Okay. Like returns an array containing the list of connections. Connection consists in a structure of the form from port 0, from graph node name 0 to port 1 to graph node name 1. So this is sort of similar to the way, except it's reversed here. I wish they actually didn't. It's a dictionary. We can look it up. So when we do this, each time we output stuff here, let's not do this. Dude, we're just supposed to bring that up. Not look up a new one. Refresh, save, refresh. Here are some values. Nothing is happening yet. So we do this. From properties, port 1 to new asset, port 0. So from properties, from port 1. So it's keeping this. See. So we don't parse all the graph nodes to understand which incoming connections are there. There's a higher level list of which is connected to which. So this could be saved, and with these two, we could pre-populate this, which is useful. Gotcha. It's going in an interesting direction. Because I could turn this into graph 2. This order has to be reversed, and I need to add some kind of a button here or some structure that imagine all these are colors and we add more slots. And slots are color pickers, and would be sort of counterproductive to connect each color to the color group, but in that case we would have to kind of still reverse the logic. This like you would have a color group name, and that would be connected to colors property here, and it would sort of display a list of colors in an item list like this maybe, and combination of all that is of course that still has to interact with some external buttons here, because when you save this is only saving the connections, not the values. We still have to read the values. For example, here when we say from properties port 1, what is that? It's plant. Properties from port 3 is rotate. So we need to find the right object or piece of code that does something for us later. This part is the tricky part for me. This part. If this didn't exist and all we had to do was to bind properties to assets, I could uh, I could replace this white button with big S button. So it would take into account all these properties and curate an asset. However, Here's another point of difficulty. Let's overcome that. If we have this four growing spots, we connect it. Okay, done. From port 7 to this. We should be able to get to port 7, right? So from a graph node, slots number 7, so slot 7, which is essentially the seventh child here. There is the whole concept of enabled, disabled. We are not getting into that kind of tricky situation here. So we'll always have them enabled. So when we get the seventh item, well, seventh is 8 here because we start to count from 1. So this is a special case that we'll have to get the spots. Um, get connection input counts, get connection output count. Turns the number of enabled output slots. So this should give us 3. Sure. This is where we can also check if a particular spot is enabled or not. That's our if check. So we could just say, hey, number 7 slot, is it enabled? Yes, it is enabled. Therefore, go and read the value from here when you do the magic. So this may be done. Or sorry, this may be done. Then we have to store all this information somewhere, the individual bits, and altogether which one of those individual bits are connected to each other. So that this work, this work, this work could turn into an ultimate sort of asset factory or data factory. So that we don't end up doing something like selecting a bunch of JSON files because this JSON merger is combining stuff. It's taking a few here and injecting into another, and then takes those amalgamated ones, put them into a higher structure. So to create this, it's still a manual process, so that all that file could be created as a result of a big sort of application here. So we need a lot of buttons here. That's kind of where we are going with this. So we need a search mechanism too. This is essentially a search mechanism here. When we want to change something in Tomato, we have to find it. That's still going to be the same trouble here too. So that maybe we can come here and say, well, this thing has 4 or 5 or 6 growing phases that can be adjusted here. And then those phases could have different colors, so it can be assigned proper color group. So in a sense, it's going to write something like, well, how many phases do you have? Well, 4 phases. Maybe we have a number here instead of this, or that we are actually assigning the phases too. So each one of these could be a graph system. So this is kind of a project in itself, really. And the space is so limited. Um, Distraction-free mode, toggle distraction-free mode. What is this doing essentially? It is hiding this dock, also this dock, right? Which is part of editor interface. It's about dock system and such. Distraction-free mode, there you go. If true, enables distraction-free mode, which hides side docks to increase the space available for the main view. But we kind of want this to be the main view. I don't remember doing that. Because I could create a fresh project that we are only, so when we execute the project, it's like a game, but it's a whole application which is covering the whole screen with this interface. Problem though, because it won't be running inside our game project file system, won't be interacting with the file system, which means this data folder. So I still want to keep this as a plugin. We could go with the standalone software too. In that case, you have to introduce the data folder, because if I could pull this off, I want to utilize this for our next games. Because if you go the external way, then you have to create separate profiles for different games. So each can be pointed to its own data folder. Before you know it, it's a different territory. There is also editor inspector. Um, or was it that? Um, so which was it? Let's see. Interface. Um, oh, I remember. It's not in there. It's in plugin GD. This one. It's an editor plugin that we say add control bottom panel. That's why this is here under Urban Farmer Tools. I think, was I able to put something here? Hmm. Oh, here's the day to try that. Yeah, this is an edge case. This is what we are trying to do. Let's pretend we are not doing this. Let's pass here. And enter tree, we do something like add control to container. To dock. There was a way to add this to the top part, right? Dock, slot left, bottom left. So when we say bottom panel, it considers bottom panel as bottom part of the main screen. I'm thinking because dock slot left is all this area. Then there's the bottom left, bottom right. Sort of bizarre, but there's the upper left, upper right. I think that has something to do with this. Because this is bottom left. This is upper left. This is still upper. This is just a tab. But the fact that these two are sort of highlighted, these two are up, so slot left, but not quite so sure what's happening. This one is the right UL, I guess. Let's focus on here too. Okay, so that's it, 9 values. So when we say max, what's happening? What control are we adding? We are adding the plugin. Presents the size of the docs max. Container project setting tab left, tab right. Container toolbar. Add control to container. This is when they say to toolbar. Let's also do remove here too, so that we don't cause some trouble here. Is this what the which is the same signature? So when I save this, push it, something happened. This happened. The fact that it's here. Inner toolbar. Yeah, I see all the tabs there. It's C and then material makers M. Here's A for asset factory. So all this interface is rendered right side. Canvas editor bottom. I'm going to restart Godot because this is when things look stupid. Because this is going to be gone. Okay, that's fine. So when we do this, what is it? Plugin GD. Okay, container canvas editor is this is the script editor. So unlike before, this is not available to us in bottom panel. This is the bottom panel. We now edit this to canvas editor. So so the 2D is the canvas editor in essence. So only in 2D mode we have this edit to the bottom. That's what we are understanding. And I think the name for the 3D is the spatial. So it's container spatial editor. That's what I think is internal name. Container underscore spatial editor button. So we kind of need to create a new container type here. There's the canvas spatial, and this one is, I don't quite know what it is. This property editor, I believe it was the inspector. Canvas editor, we just established the fact that it's 2D. And this one is left and right is this one, I believe. Spatial, we just did it. There's the toolbar, which was putting it here. So we need to create a new container type. Something like that. And I think that was possible, but maybe not from editor plugin. I think that might be the topic of editor interface. Add container. Anything about container? Let's investigate editor plugin again. Let's actually open it. So add control to container is going to ask us to which container, the toolbar, the 2D, 3D thingy. Okay. Dock is bottom panel. We are using that. We used to use that. So dock is promising. However, let's do this dock slot max. Oh, so when you add control to a dock, the removal process is removing it from all the docks. Save this. Now we will still have this extra one because when we run this script, it's not triggering this at all. We are just refreshing it, which actually runs this. This is never triggered. So this will actually be here. So in that sense, maybe I should restart it. So thanks to this code, what is it? We are expecting to see our plugin added to somewhere. Don't really know where it is. This is not making much sense anyway. The size of the dog slot enum. Dog slot left, upper right, bottom left, bottom right, then the right side. Let's do this one. Because what the hell? Let's run again. Here it is. We may want this to be maxed. That's why discussing all these options here. So this is somewhat good news. And here's the difference. Okay, so these white ones show us that these slots have been used. This is by virtue of upper left, it's here, and the first tab. We have two tabs here, but they are dock left, upper right. So we could have edited this way. It would just be another tab here, dock left, upper right. Save this, do this. It's gonna come here, and then we'll just remove this later. Or like this. Okay, this is the interface. How can we maximize this area? Let's see, still not gonna. Oh, I see. It actually moves it in the tab. Okay. Um. If we are able to add buttons here, which we did, how about this part? This is only changing this part though, right? Because in each mode we have this. So if we could populate an item here, that is this, then we could go distraction free mode, which will make this interface as wide as possible. So our goal is to add something here. Let's investigate. Let's, for argument's sake, close all. Let's open plugin. DD. This is where we do the dock edition. We kind of investigate this option, right? Add control to contain. And we set it to. But we don't want to add a control to container. We want to create a new container. This is 2D. This is project settings. This is property editor. 3D. Toolbar is sort of like there, but quite so. This is just a control, but not the what methods. We are under editor plugin. Add inspector plugin. Vector. Custom control container. The fact that we are choosing an available control, sorry, an available container, add control to contain here, right? So here's the signature, custom control container, and that happens to be of type custom control container, which is okay. This is going in a very bizarre direction. Super duper controller. Uh, no. Scripts. Okay. Open. You should be extending from custom. Interesting. Custom control container. Oh, it's any now. It's not really a class. funny thing is, this is a toggle button. Only one of them can be enabled. There's a behavior attached to it that when you click, this view gets changed to the proper scene. That's really what it is. So it's, in essence, all this is a controller. All this is a controller. And all this is another controller. It's just like for this scene, in this 2D mode, we get to see this. In 3D, this is what we see. And here we get to see the script view. But this scene is still open. Okay. Quick lookup might give us better results. Godot plugin custom container. I think I remember doing this. This led to the whole plugin system that we are creating. Yeah, this is the most basic one. This is going to put it in here to the dock left, slot left, upper left. Yeah, so it's going to edit to this area. We've done this. Making main screen plugins. This is the one that, yes, that's the one we want. As main screen, make visible, pass get plugin name, get plugin icon. We'll figure this out. I think lunch is upon us. I will eat and then get some juice for the brain, and we'll read this and implement it. So see you after lunch. Okay, let's get back to the main screen plugins. See which one of these is the one we want. So editor plugin is still the same plugin that we are writing, which is here. So we have pass his main screen true. So this is relevant at this point. Make visible is pass. Get plugin name, it's main screen plugin. Get plugin icon, which is basically getting you editor edit. Okay. I see. So it's overloaded. It returns true, which makes it. It's a new center view to editor for now. Will the script is okay, and this is overloaded too. I believe it's just doing this. So let's just shamelessly take this. We will pass this. Also going to be stuff. So this is going to make it available here, and we'll call this urban farmer. So perhaps we'll make everything under urban farmer tools as the big ass screen here. If we cannot do that, we'll just make the graphite part of this area. Don't quite know what this is doing. Get plugin icon. Is this even part of search? It is. Editor plugin. To return a text in order to give it an icon. I could be putting my own icon, which is maybe. Oh, maybe we'll put a. We'll deal with that later. So return preload. This is your custom icon. Okay. We use built-in icon. So this is going to return the node from the editor icons. Let's test that hypothesis. Editor interface, get base control, get icon. This one. Node type is that, name this. So you are getting. Oh, I'm guessing it's doing what I'm thinking. Create a new scene with a root node derived from control. So this is where we are actually writing the interface. So this is actually our plugin interface. Did. Now we need to update the main screen plugin GD, which was this. This is just like their test case is basically a control that is a button that when you press, it's gonna do stuff. So this is exactly what we are doing. We are preloading our panel. In this case, it's interface. Main panel instance. I don't quite know why this is. I see. We create an instance, which is what we do here, plugin, and then get editor interface, get editor viewport, add child. Hide the main panel, very much required. Let's dissect this, put this in enter tree. So this is sort of my cutoff point. It's the custom stuff we did from before. This main panel instance is essentially plugin. Therefore, mixed tabs IC. This is tab. Button up. And in exit tree, if the thing exists, is this. Do this. And move this pass here as a mechanism to plugin is this. Also, this is plugin. Okay. This is actually not doing much. Maybe we'll change this. Make visible is if plugin is there, change the necessary stuff. Plugin, plugin, plugin. Okay. And this is still the same thing. Return, this is done. We just did this part. Couple of, okay. It allows you to handle a node type, automatically focusing the main screen when type is selected. This is similar to how clicking on a 3D node will automatically switch to 3D viewport. Do we actually need something like that? Let's restart. There you go. Awesome. We are in good shape. We are indeed in a very good shape, except this is not. Ooh. Super duper control. Okay, because I careless there. In essence, we don't need this super duper controller script anymore to extend stuff. Okay, what else? Now that we have that, if we do this reset, going to fix itself. Do you have to do this? You see the interface stuff here. You can see it's as if this whole thing is kind of cut off. Is that the reason why we can't see the rest? Because this is working. Kinda okay. It's not centered because I did the center. This one, okay. Working. Let's look at interface. Tab container. So let's take into account JSON merger, right? Here is JSON merger. It's just an inherited scene. Let's get in. This has some size. Rolling enabled. I mean, most of this is visible. This interface here is actually part of this area, which is the tab container. So if you do this, save, refresh, so that's clipping the content, but it's still thinking that the y value is. There's a difference between this cutoff and save, refresh. This size, wait a minute, wait a minute. This is a tab container, the control. Okay, the margin. Do bizarre stuff like that. Is this even refreshing? Let's make sure that let's change the JSON merger to mergerism. Okay, save it, and we are even here. Let's refresh. It's not updating it. So that's a problem. I mean, this is not going to change because it's actually here, right? Merge, merger is merger. Okay, still no change, but we haven't hit the refresh. Merger. Okay. So we know the refresh thing is happening. The fact that this is cut off here, this is the tab container coming from here. Let's switch this to another. Okay, yes, I believe. Yeah, this should be wide like this, or this line here has to be here. Look at the interface, custom constants. Let's set you 10, 10, 10 all over. Okay, let's save you. Fresh. Here it is. Um, so this tab container, even though its height is set to this value, Not exactly covering it up here. Clip content is off. Clip content is off. It's as if we have made a huge progress, then we have a stupid setback. Because I believe the functionality is there working. Only we could actually see. But it's as if all tabs have their minimum width or a sort of minimum height. This is a tab controller inside this tab, which is a bigger tab controller. So under Constantine, we have color palatable. This is a tab system too. This height is also not taken into account properly. Scroll continue. Remember this scroll thing. We don't have this in other places, right? JSON merger. Just this. Here's a tab. It actually has this sort of size. Just cutting it off. What if you put some like 500 hard coded and everything is fine, but why should we have to do this? Shouldn't this do it for us? Doesn't. This gets reset. Which is bizarre because if I do this, it's going to fix it. But the whole point. I want to see. Now I'm actually forcing. Um, kind of want this. JSON merger is part of what? This is a whole other method here of this. Yeah, when did this get bizarre stuff happened here? visible false, and later it's automatically called. Cool, but we already have it. Let's look in interface script. Well, interface doesn't have a script. This ah, see, in their case, the plugin is this. Our interface control. We'll make the root node a center container. That's actually what I should be doing. We also need to enable the expand vertical size flag. So it actually takes that. Okay, yeah, I'm not taking all the space. Let's say the button. This is also, first of all, I'll do the other thing because this might be needed to do this sort of work. What I need is this to be maybe a center container. And also, this is not chosen. Maybe that is actually enough. So do it, and it is enough. You don't need to follow everything to the exact word. As long as like we got the split here, that's it. We are able to get 10 pixels off here, and you don't need to hard code anything. In other words, this is all going to be calculated anyway. This is just a value that's calculated thanks to this anchor and margin. Actually change this. So we are safe. Should work just fine. I mean, I'm guessing this won't be needed at all, but we could just keep it for other purposes. Something we have yet to do. This is okay. I think we are in a good shape. Push again. Very good. Yeah, we'll figure this out. This is it. Look here, the property. Good. This is the property. In fact, these will be their own scenes, and we'll create instances of them depending on the asset creation mode, whether we are defining stuff or we are assigning stuff. That will be soon. So because it's the least useful thing. Um, just want to put a better icon here. The background, I'll be thinking of these steps. I'm curious to know if there is an icon that I can pick this close enough. Is there even a list of like Godot icons? I mean, this is just changing your exe icon, but kernel icons. Sort of like, right? As if I've seen the list of icons a while ago. Yeah. How can we? Okay, this is 2D. So the one that we just we are using is the node one. It's like node SVG, right? Use graph node SVG one. The one we are using. Yeah, which is basically the control thing. So if only we could have a visual list here, right? We have another PNG. I know it's a dumb thing, but here are all the icons. Done. Oh. Let's pick an icon that we don't really get to see that often. It looks funky up there, you know. It's about tools. Use some kind of like a hammer or whatever. This paint or brush is okay. Proximity group. Proximity detection. It's bringing me ideas. So it's supposed to be 16 by 16, right? Let's make something cute, which is in Figma. So go Figma, go back to files, go to components. Let's take something from from this area, seedling. Good enough, right? Let's just copy this outside. We don't want to make this another variant. This is going to be, let's break the component. Do it, it's actually not a component. The name is misleading. This is going to be, this still acts like a component. Action 50. We don't care about undo, bailout, undo. We are only interested in the sidebar. So take it out. That's it. So this is going to be UFT icon, right? Urban Farmer Tools icon. This has to be 16 by 16, something like to 16 here. Let's make this a 75.5. Things look a bit more delicate. We could also make you, this is a frame, right? We could make the frame 16 like this. Like shit. Perhaps this should have been still one, because now we made it larger, right? And because we did the center, it's actually not external space. This is not quite visible, so we'll go this way. Let's drop one of these, or both of those. Can we do something like this? So we stretch. Then we do reframing, 16 by 16. There you go. Is better? It is better. Okay, we can even make it a little bit better, but I think we are okay. So what are you talking about? Custom icon. Editor icons. G, or we can do this one. There was one case here that we saw to load the custom icon. This is that current bug that they are editor icons. Editor icon. This is actually this. Quite need this anymore. Creating custom module. There was something about preloading them. I think I'm able to do that. There's one of those previous. This is it. Yeah. Godot logo. Do I use Linux or Windows? Windows. Yeah, it's Windows 10. So how are you doing today? Where are we doing the icon? So this is where we'll do preload. Load. Let's export the. It's in here. PNG. Where was I? Here. Export. Here. Take this. Textures, put it here. UFT icon PNG. You're using Linux Mint. It's so similar to Windows, but a lot better, and I'm doing kind of good, but stressed a lot. Isn't it a bit contradictory? You're doing good, why are you stressed? If you're stressed, how can you feel good? But maybe you want to elaborate on that. If you want. Don't, I'll understand. You put this here and say UFT icon. UFT icon. That's the one. Let's see if this is going to make a difference. We're expecting to see this graphic to be replaced with, that's it. The fact that it's looking green like that is okay, but and when it's clicked, it's actually it's painting it to blue. Okay, cool. There's a bit of gray here. Let's change your stroke color to this gray. Maybe something this light gray. The fill will be white. Then here's another stroke color that we change to this gray. Let's see if this is going to make a difference. Cut this, paste here, replace Godot. This is replaced. Looking cute. Let's make it cuter. That should probably be pure white. Yeah, basically wasting time with superficial spots. Why not live a little? Your mood and physical condition. Good, but news and everything makes me feel like. I think I know exactly what you mean. So you feel anxious. You feel okay if you think about it, but feeling wise, you feel anxious. It's like if you think about it, there is nothing that you should be worried about, and yet feelings are not quite the same way. Okay, I'll probably stop there. It's white. It looks like healing. Perfect. Good. Can continue with this work. This looks cute. And we can do this. Horrible looking, but we'll fix it. Yeah, that happens to me too. I have bipolar type 2. Sometimes when I feel good for a while, I hit a certain point, then I feel very depressed, like for no reason. I just like chemically, I feel very imbalanced. But now I know why it's happening. In the past, it didn't make any sense. I was scared, like why I was feeling worse after I was just feeling very happy the last few days. But now I know why it could happen. Besides, the world is not really a happy place anymore. But this is good. Um, I think we'll go with this model here. We used to have the all these tools were part of the bottom panel. I don't think we are going with that model. We'll go with this model. We have much more room. The only benefit the bottom panel had was when there was a possibility of interacting with this while the bottom panel was open. So we could see this interface. But I think that is becoming uh, we don't really need to worry about that anymore. In fact, we might just be done with this work here, which is going to do something here. So it's good to have a maximized. So that being said, all this can go. Oh, fine. Could call this UFT. Call it urban farm. Good. I'm very proud of this. Fish here. Let's get back to more real work. Which is difficult enough. Maybe that's why I'm making an eye. Enough is enough. This is a whole new system, so it's going to make some of these systems redundant. One of which might be this. So instead of defining group names and selecting and removing them, we could be defining these group names as new graph nodes. So let's use this white button as a mechanism to add a new graph node here, which is going to be on button pressed. We should do something like this: graph edit. Would you behave yourself here? We are going to add child, because there is no such thing as add, right? Add graph node. Just the group name as the node groups. Do add child. We need a new node. That node is graph node new. Legible unique name. This could be true or false. Let's not care about it. But this might just do the trick. So refresh. Come here. So here is 3 graph nodes. We hit this button and we have a fresh graph node. Of course, this should most likely come with its title, and maybe we'll actually define the type of graph node we want to introduce to this graph. A lot to decide here, but this test project is turning into a decent tool we may be working on in the next days. But we still have this big decision to make here. What if I pre-populated them? Why not? What if I had a system like this? Just like properties, I had categories as system. And the category's name is equipment or planting. And in fact, I could actually make the node name uh, the options of categories. So then we get rid of all this. Okay. Gotta figure out this sizing issue here. There's some kind of weird sizing going on. So let's change this to categories as well. Okay. Let's save this. Let's just move it here. When we run this, so it is the fact that this is reset here is because of this nonsense. This is it's annoying. We have to update both. Uh, Fish categories. Okay. This is not updating with this. That's why it's annoying. It it stays at some initial value, and you update this value by moving this. It's acting even more weird now. Anyway, if I put this here, this is not going to be displayed here. Actually, it's not even updating the file. Sorry, it cannot because I'm actually in the tool mode. I should be here, but I move this here. Okay, this is my point. So this is not updating this area, which is a bug that they are fixing, but it's a recent thing. So I don't know when they are going to fix it. We'll see. Separation is 4. Title offset, let's make 2. We shouldn't really close this. Port offset, let's make 2 as well. I don't really stream, but let's refresh, come here, and then okay. So this title offset really I see. So when it's 0, part of here, okay, port offset, to abuse it. So it's setting it inside. So let's not bother that. This separation could be 2 as well. It's a bit. Now this is actually interesting. Instead of this, maybe people are more used to this. Funny thing is, it's looking quite different here. Yeah, it's using a theme here, just changing default values. I think we are okay with that. We won't fuss with those. This is just a tool. Okay. I think I'm going to grab some tea, come back, and some hard decisions here. Let's write that handles function. Something could be done, or maybe not. Very necessary. If I'm here changing stuff, I save it. Um, because this is what's happening. Say, if I'm here, if I refresh, keeps me here. If I'm here, still in script. If I'm here, I'm still in 3D. The fact that I'm here, I'm refreshing this, it takes me back to script. It's not like it's taking me back to where it was before, right? Always taking the script. I think there was that handles function. So problem though, or the usefulness of what I'm trying to do is, if I'm here and I'm refreshing, is the fact that I actually have made a change here, saved it. Instead of hitting refresh and switching to this tab, it's like I'm switching to this tab and then I'm remembering, oh shit, I didn't refresh. And now that I refresh it actually. So it's to prevent that kind of forgetfulness. So there's this handles thing which returns bool. What is the object? No idea what that object is. What are you taking? What are you supposed to do? A non-void function must return a value in all possible paths, so you just do return true. So in all cases, this is returning true. So when we did this, we refreshed it. This is the script that's attached to this. Business as usual. This is not really doing anything. And what was it supposed to do? There was some explanation. Was in fact here, right? Is it here? No, it's not here. From here we went to this one. This page has handles, which allows you to handle a node type, automatically focusing the main screen when the type is selected. This is similar to how clicking on a 3D node will automatically switch to 3D viewport. So this is the behavior. So when you switch to this, it actually takes you to 2D. So the object is basically maybe the selected object and we detect the type. The fact that we cannot really output this. I'm not even seeing an empty line, which is sort of like an empty object, whatever. This is even running. Am I running? Save. Issue. Am I running? We are running. Handles. A lot of work I see. Yes. So I'm trying to merge the functionality of screwed up big time. I did something. This, yes, I'm trying to merge the functionality of this section, possibly this section, this part into one thing using graphs. Can I explain you one thing with programming in Godot? Yeah, I'll try my best. I'm basically working with plugin making systems and such. but your problem might be something else. So I'll wait for you to type it. Meanwhile, make visible. So I should call this will be called internally, and this is going to, well, I have to write a case. See, in Minecraft, when you press F11, screen is windowed. But you press F11 once more, screen is in full screen mode. Do it in Godot. Um, it's kind of, well, it's like an if and else block. I mean, I'm assuming you're already familiar with that part. How I would do it is there's this OS window full screen part. Let me recap. So you would most likely have a singleton, something that is managing higher level events like key presses, some kind of game manager or input manager. So when F11 is pressed, uh, you would be keeping flag somewhere, whether it's full screen, false, or true. You may assume that originally you launched the game in full screen true mode. So if it's true, then you set the value to false and you feed it to this window full screen. So then this becomes whatever your flag is. Or this could be the flag itself, that if this is starting true, then you just set this to false and it just goes like back and forth. That will take it to full screen and windowed mode. But when it comes to full screen, there is also the bordered full screen and also borderless full screen. That might be relevant in your case, which is this window borderless. So this is a sub case. So the screen may not be full screen, but could have border. This removes that border too. And sometimes if this is true and you're in full screen mode, even though you don't see the border mode is still true, which I think under certain conditions is either causing a problem or is ignored, but you may want to check both of these. Because I think even here you could set them up in here, full size. I kind of remember seeing borderless thing here. Or they were in editor sort of project export. I think it's somewhere here. Anyway, some of those project settings are coming here automatically, so you may want to set them in project settings and maybe you can customize them. If you want to export to different platforms, this is where you can custom. But I think what I gave you is the basic explanation might be more than enough. I always try to be thorough in case you have more edge cases. But in most cases, this alone might do, maybe a bit of this too. I hope it helps you. So how can we make visible a bit more, not just a plugin? If the plugin exists, instead of doing this true or false, um, it says to go. I bet my visible. Let's do it this way. Let's see how often this is called. My visible. Am I visible? False, false. As we come here, am I visible is true. Good. Fish. Am I visible? False, false, false. So we want to make one of these cases true, and most likely the last one. Because I think this AST is coming from somewhere within Urban Farmer Tools, if I recall. So I need to be putting some kind of condition here that if this make visible was part of these modules here. Let's back up. For this to be called, according to the documentation, where is that document? Here, handles. Handles is returning true. If you return true, then you will get the functions edit and make visible called when the editor requests them. So make visible inside make visible, we will switch to a true value by checking something. So what is edit? The function is used for plugins that edit specific object types. Request the editor to edit the given object. Interesting. So let's go to methods and handles, and there was something about for IC. Okay. So I have to be checking the condition of something here. Can decide whether it's true or false. This is returning true, which is triggering this. There's an internal mechanism that handles. Funny thing is, this has never been output. It's concerning. Don't really know why. If I don't know which object I'm handling, how am I going to know it here? Um, We handle the Godot icon node and such. Godot handles random question. Do I play video games? I used to play a lot. I like to make video games more than I like to play. I do play simulation games, strategy games, not short games, but sort of like time consuming long term games. Like that's the reason why I'm making that. But I find it sort of difficult to play these days because when I'm playing another person's game, I get to be very critical and I tend to think like what I would have done differently here. Then I go back to work. That kind of Supreme Commander 2. Let's look it up. I guess I heard it. It's I see it's an older game. Looks like a real-time strategy game. Yeah, I used to play something like this. I mean, 15 years ago or so. Then my interest in this kind of game died. I don't know. It's still fun, but yeah. So now I know what it is. So is this the kind of game you would like to make? Yeah, around this time, there were a lot of games like this. I think you may have dropped off. I see the YouTube viewer count go down by one. So maybe you're having connection problems. So I'll wait for you to answer the question. So I'll try to be alert. Godot handles plugin. 3D manipulator. Oh, you're back. Okay. I think doing an FPS game is a lot easier than RTS games. Each game has its own difficulty, set of difficulty. Different concerns say in an RTS game you have a lot of units and you have to figure out data structure. You have a lot of units that are visible to the player and they are also not in front of the player but they are still functioning and there is resource management. You have to be running a lot of AI stuff. So production cycles, all that stuff. And like line of sight, blowing things up, that kind of thing. In a first person shooter game, uh, you are mostly doing things with the camera view. There is basic inventory if the player is using some items or not. But then the challenge is that uh, there has to be a good story, perhaps. Sometimes the models have to look beautiful, that kind of thing. There has to be something interesting. That is the challenge. But I think there is less technical challenge in that. And parkour games, I'm guessing it could be like platformer game, parkour game, or a first person sort of running game. Like what was that game? Had a certain art style, which with orange and red. Bullet parkour games. Mirror's Edge. This is a parkour game, first person, or it could be third person too. FPS Parker game, yeah, like Mirror's Edge. Could could try that. So I checked out your YouTube channel. So you're interested in Godot. Maybe you are trying to find something new to learn. I mean, if it's just about learning, you could be designing a card building game or sort of card trading kind of thing. But if you already know what you like to play, then you could just say, well, whatever it is, however long it takes, just get started. And that might be another strategy. I'm doing this for full time, like I'm doing this for a living, full time. My concerns are different, so I have a very long timeline to finish this. But if you're a hobbyist, you already have a job, and like time is sort of like unlimited for you too, that you have no concern to make money. Well, take as long as to learn what you like to build and play. Or that switch between different styles to learn a different aspect of building games in Godot, or generally learning new techniques. Because it's not about simplicity either. What's that name? Art? There's a famous card game, Art? My brain is throwing a blank there. Anyway, there are famous card games too. It's like, yeah, hobby is fine. So good luck. Really, it takes a lot of time and effort. And was it with you we were discussing this Udemy? They have some basic Godot courses, idle games, that sort of thing. I mean, starting with something that simple that could be material for your YouTube too. Get rid of that. Search. Here's a basic business tycoon game. It's an idle game. So this guy has a few pluses like this. Could be building things like this. Like there's a pirate game. Unfortunately, they don't have the visuals, but there are a few ports, and the interface is basically buttons. This is the same project done in Unity, but there is a Godot version of this. You could be building something like this from scratch, and that could it's a simple enough course, and the course is cheap too. I mean, for learning and also showing to other people how you are doing it. Just advice. Here's an interesting entry. So in this case, you're assuming this is outputting something, and in our case, it's not. Let's actually call this, what's the objective? Is this called when we switch between tabs? We are here and do this. We don't get to see this at all. I also have a weird suspicion that this is no, but this is working. But let's rule out the possibility of am I visible? False. That's running. We know that for sure. Push it. Am I visible? True. Of course, true. It's the objective. We don't know. So your channel basically will be about travels, game development, life in general. I think that's interesting. People need content most of the time. I mean, there's something comforting about watching other people do their stuff. I'm from Turkey, so we have this kind of like a national pastime. If there's a construction project, most Turkish people will just stand there and look at the construction job all day. They won't get bored. They will just look at it. I think it's the same effect. People find it interesting. They look at YouTube channels, Twitch streams, and such. Like people, I guess, identify as if they are doing that thing. Yeah, you're welcome. And then, yeah, one day we'll do an interview, and you get your project to a certain level that you would like to be, you would like to publicize it. So I'm doing that effort because there isn't much Godot stuff in public. Let's say we could use more advertising. Why is this handles not running? And if this is not running, but we get to see make visible no matter what, let's say here, by clicking it, but also here, goes to false because this script's maybe because this is selected. Let's do this way. It's still false and it takes us here. I think this is happening. Why? Because I have that setting. Which hard to find it now, right? I do remember checking something here. Show script button. That's scene tabs. I see. Okay. Property editor. That's this. Docs, scene tree, text editor. It's as if I remember clicking something here that switches to the appropriate tab. There's a behavior about that. Update continuously. Theme. Is it? I see something like that is not exactly a project setting. It sounded more like editor setting, and yet editor plugins enabled. That's the plugins I have. Okay, I'll kind of give up there. Not a big deal. So this is the other system. Okay. The placement of these things hitting me. Where is it? The fact that this has now grown to this size is absurd. Because, I mean, it's fixed here. Fresh. Let's get going. Let's do the size here. This offset is bizarre, so let's do 200 down. Uh, let's create another section like this. Is going to be group. Problem though, see, this is where we get into that. We have structure and tool as group, but that name changes when you change the category. So there is going to be so I have three here, possibly a miscellaneous category, which has two more things. I think I answered my own question in my mind. Let's go here. Let's delete this. This has not this one. Your parent is graph edit. You have connection to empty. So when the drag operation is done from an output port into empty space, we should do something about that. Let's do something about that. First of all, we should just print out whatever that is. We kind of know what it is, but Does Godot know what it is? Let's refresh here, clear. We are, see now this is all screwed up. Now it resized it sort of awkward. Save, refresh, clear. So this is what we are trying to do. Clear from here to here. So categories 0, 820, 54. So what this means is from the categories, the 0 slot is dragging and dropping into this area. Let's do this. This is going to be sort of 1000-ish, 50-ish. Yeah. So that's it. Do I have that made with Godot boot slash? Not sure if you're referring to something specific, but are you talking about just displaying the Godot logo when the game starts, like Unity does? The game engine doesn't do that for you, but you have to create a scene to do that. And I think I did that with the first game we released. Steam here. Let's launch this game and see together. Yeah, so no, you have to manually put it, and I don't think I put in mine. We have the company logo, and there's the game interface, and you're in. So, um, Juan Linietsky was talking about this, I think, this morning, that you don't have a requirement to put it. But if you want to put it, there is no automatic way. You have to manually put it. Otherwise, it's whatever you start the game with, and in this case, it's our company. Because the license is very permissible. But if you want to put it, just because you want to, the guy, he's the main Godot guy. See, in one of his recent posts, he talks about that graphic. It's not a requirement. I think it is in one of these threads. You don't need to do anything to get rid of it. Categories equipment. So from here, we want to create a new node. Essentially, trying to see all the stages here, right? That's the problem. Maybe I should separate them into their own screens. Because the goal is to be defining this. But for this to be defined, we need to know this. For this, we need to know this, then this. Let's do something redundant. May help us see a bigger angle. Here's categories. Locate this. Let's move it here. And your offset will be something like, because you are so dumb at this point that you, it's not going to be categories, this is going to be equipment. So where we get into this weird area. So under equipment, we have structure and tool. Structure. And we may switch back to the property 1 to 7 kind of idea here. Whichever ID is selected, we can read the text value of that, so we know that it's actually it's rendered as structure, not exactly labeled as structure. That's fine. This structure has slot, also has to be left enabled. This has to be left enabled too. So we could do equipment structure, equipment tool. It's as if this so under structure, we have a bunch of models getting into this long list. Like these two are the most custom. We don't have that much population here for the first two. The bottom two is where long list. Here's another long list, still long list. 1 to 1 for now. Yeah. The trailers we don't. So it's as if I need two buttons. One is new model and another button new variety. We choose new model. Got to select which group it belongs to. If it belongs to structure, by deduction, we will know that it is also part of equipment category. To do that. So we have two groups here. Here we have three more groups. So how do we visually represent that? We call this new asset, but this could very well be new model. Okay. And that name is a bit weird too, but by model we understand that we are talking about stone tile. This has 5 varieties. See, the problem though with the tomatoes, this started off as one model tomato which had 5. No, we are still on the right track. This should actually be labeled equipment, structure, stone tile dash, the variety, id. So that all the tomatoes are here. Well, say if I have a different variety of tomato, there will be another file with a similar name, but it will read pln vgt tomato, and this id here is going to be different. It's going to be a different variety of tomato. Will have its own phases. That's fine. And this will have its own sort of phases or varieties. It doesn't matter. It's the way we export it into Godot. It's a delicate problem because I'm trying to future-proof the pipeline. The reason why I called it model because I want it to be as generic as possible, meaning just because the group says herb, I don't want to say new herb. Everything is a model at this point. You don't get to say new vegetable and arugula. It's like, wow, you have a new model. It's a tomato model. Model may have varieties. Here's the file name. It's a tomato model customized by variety. Because it's still a tomato. There's a level of abstraction there. How does that help us? So when we have a button somewhere here, we say new model, we add this. This is letting us populate this area. We need to add a new model. We don't really need to know by abstraction. The very first time you hit that new model button, you don't really know its group. It could be a vegetable, it could be structure tool, but it's just a new model. And whatever name you give, it's displayed somewhere here, as long as it belongs to the correct group, so that you actually display it here. So we need to bind the group to this. So this actually has, at this point, we cannot talk about properties yet. Call this new model. Okay, I think we are going to have something similar, but that is going to be new variety. That will have its own name. Will have properties. This is going to be a group. Okay. For the new variety, this one, now we can talk about properties. None of this is relevant to these three pieces. It's only relevant to this case. But for this variety, this must belong to a model too, something else. So you need a model. So something like this here, this down. This should say model. That's where things are a little bit complicated for us. Tell you why. So the new model. Iteration is 2, something like this, right? This is what we did. 002, 0, force it. Done. Let's do it here too. 022, 02. I'll grab more tea. Back. In the meantime, let me see. I've been away for tea making. You're free now. We'll do some thumbnails for my channel. Hobby. My channel? Or your channel? And what do you mean by thumbnails? Like, I kind of know what you mean. Cover this part? Yeah, I always thought showing some frame of the video might give a better idea of the content of the video instead of like this text is a bit more descriptive. Mine, I see. Yeah, you can try. Sure. I would appreciate it. But like, feel free. Like, you don't really have to do it. If I don't get to use it, you could utilize in your channel. It's still practice. Good. So this one has another slot that we haven't enabled. Ah, see, the 0 is actually just a text field. Left enabled like this. Offset 500. Let's 600. This also. Is the title editable? Which is what? It's a graph node, right? Title. I don't think it's editable. Anyway, it makes sense to see new variety here so that we know we are adding a variety. There's a new name. Let's save, refresh, Urban Farmer Tools. Here's some text. I suppose what we could try, if it's possible, that here's a graph node. Let's see. There's a close request, there's drag and such. There's the selected stuff if we look at the graph edit that we are actually using, not selected, right? Is there such a thing as double click the node? Pop-up request. Happens on right clicking in the graph edit. Position is the position of the mouse pointer when it's signal. That's interesting. Pop-up request. So let's see if we can actually do it. Pop-up. Nothing happens here because maybe I did not enable it by default. That is usually I see breakpoint or position. Let's choose position. Fish, come here. Just red. So curious about this pop-up request under graph edit. Signals. Focus mode. So how do we get to see the right context menu? Graph node. We don't really need to run this, do we? This interface, let's run this by itself, which is going to be bizarre, but right click anyway. So it does here, but this is part of text input. So we don't really have this request. Okay, maybe nothing is opening, but this is happening anyway. Position is the position of the mouse pointer when the signal is sent. Maybe this is going to fire anyway. So we say, fire me up. Here's your position. Okay, we run this. We do this, fire me up. So we get position here. That's fine. We don't really need that anyway, but we have something. And I think I should turn this into a HBox. So I kind of see where this is going. Okay. We are going to have a bunch of buttons here. So inside this, we are going to box. Actually, we could just do this. We could do this HBox. Then inside did I just do? I did HBox. This is gonna go out. This is gonna go in. This is gonna go in here. I'll just move this up. Done. And this VBox is going to be, this is gonna turn into VBox. Okay. Then this is gonna be in here, and this is something like that. Then this is going to be this. Done. So we can add more buttons here. So this button will be add variety. This is going to be add model. maybe we'll swap the orders. Okay, their binding is sort of awkward. Fine for now. Not much is going on. Just gotta check some business messages. Okay. See, these guys still stretch quite a lot here. Like, what happened to this madness? So if I save this and refresh the plugin, it's going all over the place again. So what gives? Why are you doing this wild resizing here? Did I accidentally turn this on? This is about fill. I get it, but it's also stretching out too. You know what I'm thinking? This has something to do with that offset value. I just questioning whether this gap here is yeah, we have a bit of margin there, Tim. If this is the same width that we see here, it is not. This is shorter. So for some weird reason, this is resized to 1676. It should be like this, which is really bizarre. 0 here. Okay. This all has to be brought in. See, this is even arbitrary too. But I'm thinking, okay, between these two, this is at 500, this is at 700. So 200 pixels difference. 1576, 1576. So this is 15 something. There is no logic to this. Our number set there. I'll most likely set a fixed size for those, but it's really getting it. Let's say this is the way. So what I want to do now is when I click the add model, it should have this node. So I could type the model name, and then I should be binding this to a category. Sorry, a group. A group can be attached only to category. So I will kind of hard code that value. Let's say, imagine, okay, imagine this is actually no, it's already done here. Okay, so imagine this is like this. Whoops, don't have this. Duplicate this and put it here. This is going to be groups name. So for equipment, we have structure. Let's call all these property 2 because we're only interested in names. This is going to be sort of awkward enough anyway, but we have 5 of these, right? For this one, we have structure, and then tool, sort of like this. Good. And then we have herbs from vegetables. And I suppose what I could have done when I duplicated this, I could have done something like this, right enabled. Right. Actually, no, I don't need to do right. I need to do left enabled. Still, though, what I was complaining about was okay. Let's do your 0 separation 2. Is no longer entitled. This is groups. That. Let's save, refresh, come here, groups. Now, what I want to do, this cannot be closed either. Something we'll get rid of later. So I can do something like this. This is what we will connect. This. Planting could be this and this. Um, in base null instance, graphite line 9. Graph edit. Of course, this has changed, right? Changed. We're trying to do something like this is gonna go away. Trying to do this. Just a sec. Something like this. So this has to be static, that we know this exists. So we should save this as a structure. This relationship between categories and groups. So later, when we want to create uh, a new model, we'll assign it to one of the groups. Say a model could be a tomato model. So it will belong to vegetable groups or group. In other words, it is possible to do something like, I don't know which one was it, this one that we do, yeah, this one. So say like from the equipment node, we are dropping into this emptiness something new, which might actually trigger a new equipment, or in this case, a new tool. So you could actually have this, 5 of them here. Maybe, let's see. This way, instead of add model button, we could just pretend that this is here. So we do this, which is triggering add model, um, which is essentially doing this work here. Except it's going to be a new structure. So if we were here, we are defining a new. There's a tendency to say a new structure, which kind of is, but it is tracked as a model. So there's a model file to that. Where the hell are we? Here or here? The next level is more complicated because listing all this here is could have multiple structures, meaning different groups here. Uh, so if we have a list like this, each one of these is going to be one of these. That's a long list. Now from there, these will belong to, or this will connect to their varieties. So that's a whole other game, but problem is, we bring in this in a fresh graph as a result of clicking this button, then how do you attach this to a model like this? So where is the list for this? Is it going to be some kind of a drop-down list? Could be. We kind of have interface here, right? Because like look here in new variety, we have 3 nodes under this node, 3 children, but only the second and the last one is exposed. The first slot, which is the 0 slot, there is no connector coming in or out. So you could be displaying a drop-down box similar to the way we are doing it here. But we should be reading these names as a result of the connections that we are making. If that's the case, that's the case, I may remove this model, add model button, because if adding model is as simple as this, and create some structure here, as just like I'm hard coding this for the list that I know, that pot, birdhouse, cold frame, they belong to structure, and then under tool we have a bunch of lists. I could be defining all that. There's a bunch of models here, which is sort of still a long list, but um, let's see the number of items I can. Still seems too much or too many. 8 here, 8 here, and I know for a fact that 1 or 2 are missing, so let's say 20 over here. Um, we'll have a lot more here too, but definitely we already have a lot more. So all these models, if we hard code them here, uh, they're worth it though, right? Okay. First things first. Call this, is this the one I just selected? Properties. Let's save this as its own scene. Save branches scene. This is going to be under the scenes. This is actually becoming its own product, so I'm going to create a Constantine folder here. This properties scene. Okay. It's still not going to update itself, which is a shame. We don't really need this scene here yet. This will have a few different modes, but we don't really need this scene. Okay. Let's disable this button, because adding models should be done only This brings us to an important topic that I was just about to discuss, which is I don't want to refresh this because it's going to break the connection. I need to start the plugin with these connections made, because if I refresh, it's going to break those connections because I don't have those connections in categories and groups. Okay, because I dragged that groups node here and I made. Now I should already be remembering these connections, just like I should be remembering the connections between models that belong to particular groups. If I could pull that off, it means I already have the 3/4 of this whole thing done, so that the models know where they belong in the group list, and we know which group belongs to which category. If I could hold that and then keep defining new models and remember that too, then finally I can only have this variety button. So I could just type the name and then choose the model, and then all this is connected to these other two anyway, and I don't need to visualize that. So I can populate the properties and be done. So clear, we are here. So when we make this connection, this is the structure. So we know that we have made a connection between categories port 0 to groups port 0. So we'll also take care of like accidental connections too. Like if you do this, what happens when you do this? So it's like, which one of these is broken? So we should do that too. Let's do that first. Then let's go into the save mode. This is going to be interesting. The new model stuff is, this is going to be its own scene too, I believe. Let's save this. The new model. Okay, we don't really need this here. We will need something like this. And this is a variety which will need its model. And the names are sort of, it shows one thing, but it kind of means its parent. Or the other way around. Anyway, I know what I'm talking about, but I'm not talking about what I mean. Groups. So this is a static thing. This is another static thing. These two will be somewhere here. Uh, each one of these should have left and right connections. And let's make this 1. Now left is 0, right is 1, so that we don't connect stupid things to other stupid things. So right is 1, left is 0. So here, this is already left 0 anyway. So in new New. Is it Control Shift O? Yes. New model. Slot left. Not left. 1. This should be 2. Because, oh, sorry, 1. This one is a new model. Is on the left side, it's going to be connected to the right side of a group, which is this one. So this one has to be the same one as the left of this one. Okay. Groups. Let's make you 100 there. This one is going to be 300 one. Save, refresh, come here. Okay. So this way we cannot connect this to this. It can only be connected to this. Fine. We have the connection built, but we don't actually have sort of removing it. Do that. Equipment here. Why is this equipment here? This is a redundant structure, right? Because yes, definitely redundant structure. Why? What we could do here, instead of removing the add model, this could act like a tab. So we are in, right now we are in add model mode. So we are going to do something like this. So the group 0 is requesting a new model. So we could have a model attached to structure group. So we are in this sort of, if this was a tab, this would be models. So we could be looking at multiple models here associated with different groups. Okay. Makes me think should probably do that anyway. Color palatable is a nice feature. We will most likely keep this as plugin. This is something going to take a while. This is already getting redundant, but this is a nice feature that we may actually make its own GitHub repo. This is already turning into our new project, and this is a simple tool. So we are still under Constantine anyway. So I'll do it like this. Not this name, we'll just say add model. We do models. This Constantine tab will be relabeled to graphite. We are going to create another tab here, weird as it may sound. And if it has any more buttons here, that is to be decided. We need a save button or something, right? Let's call you save to save the day. And maybe we need a minimum structure, something like that. Maybe minimum 102, good enough. And this structure is more or less good. Right? Duplicate this, all these varieties like this. Okay. This will have its own madness. Let's save, refresh, we come here, everything looks okay. This is still the same thing. That this color palatable will soon be part of stuff here. Or these group names will be exposed to this interface in a similar way we group or we show the connection between categories, groups, and varieties. This thing again, this thing. Don't you have a fixed size? Why are you going wild? So don't do this. Let's see what happens. Save, fish, come. What is happening? Now we are here. Definitely there are some bugs with this graph editor. Stuff is not making much sense. It's ignoring all this. Music is missing. Let's go. Okay. To add a new model, we are going to do that extraction. Something like this. But let's save the connections. This. And then right before that, we have to do this disabling. Which means This has to be its own scene. Graphite. This has to change. Okay. Let's save this as its own branch. Models. Relabel graphite. Graphite models. Let's duplicate this just in case, because we actually want to do something similar in graphite varieties. Okay, the models will be assigned to this and varieties will be assigned to this. And that varieties should be save branch as scene varieties. Done. This Constantine folder should also be graphite. Dependencies could not be satisfied. Close all tabs, don't save game, don't save graphite, you are done. Let's open interface again. This is not saved as a new scene. I don't know why. Varieties under graphite. Yep, thank you. Save. To the plugin, let's refresh. Everything is okay. So here's a connection, here's another connection. It's not here. Good. Graphite models, graphite. This is wrong. This should be graphite. Graphite varieties. Yeah, it's programming heavy today. Trying to sort out that connection thing. It's going well. Now I'm gonna try to break the connection here. So this is simplified. All this interface is as simple as possible. We'll track it in their own scene. Here we have graph edit, and we shouldn't really care about this anymore. Node selected, we don't care either. We might. Connection to empty is an interesting one. Connection request is an interesting. This connection request is also something we need to keep track of. This is now, I see. Where are we exactly tracking this? We are tracking it inside here, which is remembering graphite models, which is the script. Perfect. So we don't have this anymore. Selection is also gone. Okay. So this is good. Maybe when we hit the save button, we'll actually do this. Let's put a the cursor here. This button is going to be called save. Let's remove the connection from here. And when it's pressed, let's remove this too. When it's pressed, we want to do this. And this is also gone too, right? This is going to be important soon. When we do this, I see. Graph node, but which graph node? The new model graph node. So we should preload something. Var model node, which is a preload, which is a model, graph model, new model. That's what it is. Create an instance of it instantly. We'll need it. We'll stick the model node here. When we do this, we might need to set the owner too. But otherwise, you know, we need to create new instances here actually. For instance, new model position, rect global position, or quite know if this is the right way. This is going to be a vector too. Release position. And we add the child. See if this does it. Right? Right. So we are still here. Perfect. So when we do this, code doesn't take into account whether we are doing it from here or from here. So, okay. The object derived class of argument1 packsin is not a subclass of it's a packsin. Let's see. Let's do duplicate, and let's do sub resources. Rect global position with value of type. Okay, because we know this is a node of type graph node. Could maybe do some kind of conversion here, right? Because this is giving a node, here's a graph node, and new model offset is this. Trying to assign what? This is still a, let's see. Okay, let's forget about offset. Let's just add the child. What happens? At the very least, it should put it in 0, 0. but it's going to say trying to assign value of type paxine to a variable of type. So okay, let's not autocast. Let's be even more lenient. Verified models, a child, new model, new model. It's essentially a graph node. I'm missing something. I don't want to end up manually creating all these. That's why I'm trying to do this dynamic sort of initialization. This problem is not exactly about that. It's not a subclass of the expected argument class. Graph edit. The control. It's a control, then you could actually put stuff under, right? Add valid connection type. Sure. Because it's a control, which essentially comes to node, which should have a child. It's as if I'm stuck somewhere trivial. When you load the resource, and then resources can be duplicated. You can't instance can duplicate it, which is a resource. Cannot really add the child because that's listing a node. So this has to be but the pack scene is essentially a resource. our world, like politics, politically, world affairs, shit hit the fan, man. Kinda. But I mean, it could be worse. It could always be worse. This is a pack scene in essence. So, ooh, I think I kind of am answering my own question. I always feel stuck between these two. I think what I need is a resource loader, right? Which is also a resource. Resource is not converted to a node later. That's where my problem is. I came across this problem recently because under color palatable was trying to do something similar to this, right? Color this okay, we solved it with this add item. See with the graph edit, there is no such method as add node, like a graph node. So we solved that initialization problem here with item list. So we could add text items. So we didn't have to deal with grid items or grid container, add child. It's all done. This is actually garbage. Not firing at all. Well, kind of firing, but it's useless. Okay. Add child node. Graph edit. Let's force the type. Graph edit. Maybe we'll see some useful method here that is not obvious to us. So there is a child and remove child. Okay. So let's look under ed. In this model node, you do it like this, it's still going to cause you some trouble. The child passed argument resource doesn't match the function. So when you do this, duplicate it, say true. This is actually a resource. You force it to be a graph node, it sort of be cannot convert from resource to graph node. So how is it that I do the craziest shit here? This is all wrong, of course. Then I get stuck in like an object initialization here, like adding child, like bizarre. So when we add a new graph node under this graph edit, that's okay. Manually. And I think even doing this is working too. Let's say instancing new model, no parents, no parent to install. What? That's bizarre. But essentially, it's here. So we are able to do this manually. Bizarre that that didn't instancing. Okay, it did. I guess the selection was wrong. So this is what we want to do with codes. So something like hbox container graph edit, which is this. We want to do graph edit, add child, you know, here's a node. What is the node? The node is this. So the difference between load and preload. Load is a resource. So when you load this is a pack scene. A pack scene is a resource. It's not a node. But when you create an instance of it, it turns into a node. So what is the connection that I'm missing here? Model node. Here's I think I'm going to be mad at something that Godot is doing or not doing. Okay, why did this not work before? Pissed. Because all I wanted to do was essentially this. To do this, right? Try this too. Push here. Do this. Done. But instead of doing it here, you create this where you drop the cursor. That child, whatever that child is. Well, now I understand that offset here, right? This may not be set before you add the child, so I will see. In fact, it does actually. There's a bit of offset problem here because this is total offset is minus 40. Let's reset that. So when you do this, let's see, right is disconnecting it. Oh, okay, maybe we can use that, right? Dragging the right end. Oh, okay, I think from the right side to let's refresh again. Okay, perfect. Yeah, when I made the change here, I have to save the scene and refresh the plugin, so it wasn't. Okay. So of course this will also be connected too because you're creating a new model. This area is to be made bigger so we can type a proper name. The fact that this has a gap is because normally when it's not 0 for the icons or the slots, they are kind of rendered here. That's fine. Not too worried about that. I think this is setting that too, right? Vertical range within which a port can be grabbed. Okay. So fine. We're a few steps closer to our final goal. Disconnection request. We haven't done that part, right? Is this disconnection request pass? We haven't done that part. So from slot to slot. Let's take this to this area because this looks like this. Okay. This is breaking up with me. Okay. Because it's all the same. And we know that getting graphical is okay. So here's getting graphical. Category 0 is connecting to group 0. We do this. Are you breaking up with me? As soon as we do that, that's the request, right? But has the request been made yet? Because when I do this, I see. It's because I enabled that write disconnect, right? So let's disable this. Is this, right? Fresh, come here. Here's connection. I click this, nothing happens. See, so I can disconnect it from the left then, I guess, or that's a whole other thing. So how do you disconnect it then? How do you disconnect? So connection from empty. Does it even make sense? Input port into empty space. I see. So when in instead of connection to empty, which is what we are trying to do. Yeah. So I think I gotta enable this write disconnect. So when the disconnection request kicks in, you gotta do something like this. Disconnect node. Is essentially very similar. So you do this, then you right click, no, not right click, but you click this, which disconnects it. This is just a bullshit function. Here it is. You could also do this too, but clicking this disables, destroys the connection. And this is not available yet. And what we should also check is this. This should not create a new model. We should separate. We should distinguish between type. So let's delete this. This is done. So we need to find a slot in the from node, and we should check the type. In other words, if whatever in write enabled type is 0, okay, that's not good. We want the type to be 1. I think there was something about type checking in graph edit. Is node is slot enabled right. There's something about type. Get slot type right. You got to find the proper node. Okay, that's it. So in graph edit, right, smarten up. The from is going to give you the graph node, and you do something like is I forgot. Is slot enabled right? Fine. Get slot type right. Get slot. Of course, when you do this, this is let's typecast this var graph node. Let's be explicit. Okay, you get this. And you do graph node. This, so you can do get slot type right. What's the index? The index is the from slot. If what does it give to you? It's an integer. If it's 1, then do all this. Otherwise, fail out. Fresh. So now this is not going to create a new structure, but this is going to create a new structure. Bingo. You could write this in one line here if you want. And this is also this is not happening either. This we just did. This is happening. This is not going to happen either. So this has to be connected. You know. Short break, and we'll find those connections. activity. Okay, so I'll continue the work for a bit longer. Gotta order food first. When the food arrives, I'll stop the stream. Wouldn't be too difficult to make these connections. Saving it will be a little bit more difficult, but we'll see. Okay, so food has been ordered and the countdown has started. So when we create this new model node, we have to make a connection. That's going to be the difficult part, right? So we'll assume that Graph Edit will still have access to that. We'll do connect node. So the from part is, we already know the from part. Also, we know the from slot too, which is from port from slot. That's the same thing. To part is use a string name. You need to give it a new name. That's the new name will be the new model actually. This is a node though, not exactly a string. So this is going to be perhaps new model name. And the port will be 1 because the 0 is, well, let's double check that. So we have 0 as the name here. We are connecting to 1. That's what I guessed. Let's save. Refresh, come here. Something happened. New model. There was something here about instancing, right? Is out of bounds. Due to slot. What is new model name? New model, which is something that we think is being part of this structure, right? It's another structure under. Here is where we may actually benefit from an ownership. Graph edit. This sometimes makes a whole world of difference. It doesn't in this case. And if this is new model, if I do another one, new model 2, So that's okay. This makes me think that something funny is going on. That's funny because it's zero. So because this is not enabled at all, it thinks of this as zero. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. But we have something nice going on here. This is gonna break the connection. In case we built a wrong connection, so this has to be connected. Create a new one. And let's break this connection and connect this to this one. Ah, nice. Yeah, I'm going to do something drastic here. I have so many models here. In the case of a tool, or even in the case of a structure, I have 8. Okay, which means structure. I will be having 8 connections here, and when we go under tool, we'll have another 8. So this list is going to grow really big. So in each case, we are going to have. Let's do it this way. They're all going to say new model, new model. So the descriptive part will be this, which is it's as if when we do this, we need to trigger kind of confirm mission dialog or some kind of dialog with this. Let's pretend that we are creating that dialog here. So window dialog is just the base class. So these are the custom ones. So this is user notification, accept dialog, information. Let's create this one here. So let's stick a line edit. See if we can get away with this. Um, We'll type something like give it a name. Okay. What's the text? I see. The name has to be unique. Something like this. Auto wrap. Because when you don't do this, it's gonna be crazily long. Okay. Hide on OK. Sure. Type a unique name. Maybe we'll uh-huh. Could be sure. Maybe we'll take this. Okay, we don't really need more line here. Type a unique name. Done. Okay. So when confirmation dialog is confirmed, we need to take this out. Should cut this. Need to put this under models. Of course, this is gonna exist for varieties too. We may make this a bit more generic, but it's good enough. So stick it in here. Okay. This will come up centered, something like that. So this confirmation dialog is, let's call it confirmation dialog. I don't care. There. Okay. So essentially what we are trying to do is this. Pop-up centered. Okay. When this happens, something is going to be triggered, which is this function, because func add new model. Okay, this is what's happening. And we need to be storing some stuff here. All good. Var. Let's hold some stuff like this. We need to hold the from slot, which is going to be something like this. Okay. This, we also have to pass the release position to. Essentially, So we are kind of doing this and we are waiting for this to do something. This is when I think the yield case is meaningful, right? Confirmation dialog. Do you do this? You're still bitching about this. What is wrong with you? Okay. This is okay. This is what we need. So when it's confirmed, yield. Only problem is when it's not confirmed, we have a bit of a problem there. So in essence, I'm trying to remove this so that all this can go do it instead of separating this into two functions to store variables only to trigger a similar function. So when we confirm it, which is an accept dialog, but how do we know what is being typed into line edit? Which is basically line edit, right? Text. That text is going to be the title of the new model. Okay, title, title, good, title. You're a graph node. Starting up. You have a title, which is this. So let's pretend we are confirming this. Fresh, come here, do this. Type a unique name, whatever. Okay, whatever. Do this, whatever. Now here's the problem. When we do this, let's say this is empty. This should not be empty. This should be always sort of okayable. When you hit cancel, what happens? Nothing. Good. Because we did not confirm it, nothing below here is running. Which means if we do this and escape, it's also not doing it. And this should not be allowed. How can we do that? We do that. Exclusivity. Let's test it too, like this. Right? Hide on OK. That's good. Confirmation dialog. I think the food is arriving in several minutes. So we have an accept dialog situation 2, and this is the confirmation whether it's okay or not. User notifications. User. We don't really, we want people to write. So ours is a bit like prompt. Pop-up panel, pop-up dialog. Script create dialog, which is a special case. Okay. Ours is more like a prompt thing, which we do kind of in a custom way. So we are trying to, let's see, this one. We are trying to make the OK part. There's such a thing as disabled, OK and cancel. So I think it's safe to wrap it up here. So tomorrow is not day of stream. what we will do is this. We will make sure that this confirmation part works accordingly. Oh, I've been holding all those things now that it's yielded. Let's see. So yeah, we have a bit of refactoring left there. But I want to create nodes with proper title. Uh, so we don't have this redundant line edit here. So we just have the groups connected. And we'll work that out, and then we'll move forward to saving the connections so that we can reload this and all these connections are done for us, which will also prevent duplications. We are not checking that either. And eventually this work is going to replace this workflow here. So we'll do it most likely on Wednesday. So have a great night. Uh, have fun with Godot.